First order of business is the agenda. Councillor Holzman.
Good morning, everyone. I would move the agenda for a county council meeting for November 26, 24 as presented.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried unanimously. We'll now deal with the minutes from our November 12th meeting. What is your wish? Councillor Ramsey?
Good morning, Mayor Wood. Yes, I could move our minutes with, I think there was one amendment I had in there. It was motion CC 24302. I think it was listed as second reading, but that should have been the third reading. So I would move the minutes as amended.
Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Continuing down to item number 5.1 in our agenda, 2025 to 2027 operating budget. Well, there's a whole list of budget here. We're just going to go probably straight to Mr. Graves. And how are you this morning, Mr. Graves?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good to see you here.
So today, we're going to talk about the operating budget and capital plan. We'll look at the timelines briefly, the background, some operating highlights, and the capital highlights. So just a quick view at our timeline. We started back in June with a pre-budget discussion. We had 2 operating budget sessions, 2 capital planning sessions. 2 weeks ago, we tabled the budget and capital plan for public input, and then here we are today, hoping to approve the budget. So for background, administration brought the draft 2025 to 2027 operating budget and 2025 to 2029 capital plan to council for consideration and public input November 12th, 2024. The budget was tabled by council for public feedback with instructions to highlight the financial options for transit to Gasoline Alley East and financial implications for the Community Resiliency Navigator. Following the November 12th meeting, administration prepared a press release for media, of which several local media outlets picked up and reported on. Additionally, we pushed the request for feedback input on our social media streams. The budget highlights Gasoline Alley East transit options and the Community Resiliency Navigator summaries were posted on our website. So for public feedback, as of publication of the agenda, we received feedback from 3 county residents. Council has been informed of this feedback and it's included in your document package today. Subsequent to publishing the agenda, we've also received 2 additional feedback submissions, which have been distributed to council today. So the budget documents, the total budget, the operating budget and the capital plan is $118 million, is the largest in the county's history. The report includes the following budget documents: the overall the 3-year overall consolidated budget, 3-year net service level budget, the 5-year capital plan and initiatives, 3-year reserve transfer schedule, 3-year future offsite levy reserve transfer schedule, and the 2025 to 2027 draft budget highlights. Over the budget process, we've talked about the path to sustainability. This is really based on generating more funds from the operating budget to fund the capital program. The 2 main factors to it is increasing tax revenue by 5% per year and keeping operating expenses at or below 2% each year. If we stay on this path, we will have a $21 million available from operating to pay for capital in 2029. This is a high-level budget overview. I'm just going to quickly walk through what's included here quickly. So we have the operating revenue at the top, then we have the operating expenditures, and then we have funding available for capital in blue. So in 2025, that's $10 million. We have our capital program cost, Then we have grants available, cost recoveries, and then we show what we need left, the capital shortfall of $24.1 million. We take that shortfall and we have to make debt payments, so we add that to that number, and then we remove the funding available from operating, and then we have a new debt issue, and then ultimately reserves would be paying $12.2 million for this 2025 budget. So over the 5 years of the budget, reserves will be contributing $14.9 million. So looking at the operating highlights, the 2025 operating expense increase, which excludes carry forwards and one-time projects, increased by 2.14%. So what's included in that number? What's included in the operating budget is a 5% tax revenue increase. So we're hoping for 1.5% growth, and then the other 3.5% coming from a mill rate increase. There's a 2% cost of living adjustment for wages. Service levels maintained with 2 enhancements being considered. So included in the budget is new East Side Gasoline Alley Transit service, which would be a morning, midday, and PM service 7 days a week, and that's valued at $395,138. There's the Community Resiliency Navigator, that would be $98,945 annually for a 3-year term. Last council meeting, council also approved a funding request to the seed plan of $100,000. We've included that in the budget. And then the fee bylaw was also approved, which had a 75% cost recovery rate for dust suppression when we originally budgeted 60%. So there was additional revenue of $78,600. So the net difference between the seed plant and the dust suppression revenue is $21,000. The 5-year capital plan is valued at $151.3 million, or $30.3 million annually. We have a list here of all the initiatives that are over $1 million. I'll just highlight 2 of them. There's the bridge program. This is larger than usual for a bridge program, and that's because of we're going to be replacing the Lowman Bridge on Township Road 352. That's valued at $5.7 million. We do have a grant application in for STIP funding. That's a competitive grant. We're hoping to be successful on that. The other project I wanted to highlight was the Little Red road reconstruction project. We're starting phase 1 of a 3-phase program or project for that. There's the government of Alberta announced a new grant program just last month. It's called the Local Growth and Sustainability Grant, and it would fund up to 50% of a project, so we will be applying for that. That's a competitive grant though, so we're not sure if we get funding or not. So looking at other projects included in the budget and capital plan, we have 4 large projects that are 100% cost recovered. So all these projects together are valued at $19.8 million, and so with Airport Drive to C&E Trail, we have a partnership with Red Deer Regional Airport. And then for the 2 Junction 42 projects and the Leva Ave roundabout twinning, those are partnerships with the government of Alberta. So looking at the communication plan, the council agenda is shared online. This meeting is live streamed and recorded. Meeting minutes are published online and in the county news. A news release will be put out for the media, social media streams. And then we also have the public budget document, the PBD, which will be made available to the public in the first quarter of 2025. The PBD is a comprehensive detailed document that reviews the whole budget and capital plan, including departmental performance measures, strategic priorities, reserve transfers, debt position, and much more. So alternatives: approve the 2025 to 2027 operating budget and the 2025 to 2029 capital plan as presented. Amend the 2025 to 2027 operating budget and 2025 to 2029 capital plan prior to approval, or deny administration's request and seek further information. And we are recommending that council approve the 2025 to 2027 operating budget and 2025 to 2029 capital plan as presented. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions? Councillor Messier?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. So, a few questions. I'm assuming it's Council Day, we're live streaming. That'd be first question. I don't know if you mentioned that when you knocked the hammer down this morning or not. Or
Most certainly, we're live streaming.
okay. Now, there's some numbers in the budget I'd like to amend, but if we're going to start with some questions, I'd like to go back to the capital stuff there. You've got the big number, 7.9 million or something for bridges, and then you said that there could be some STIP funding. Would that project be a contingent upon receiving that STIP funding, or is it built into the budget that the reserves are sufficient enough to carry forward with that project? Thus, if we got the STIP funding, reserves wouldn't have to be depleted as much. And that same question could be carried over to the next line item. You mentioned that there was some new grant funding that could be in place. So the same thing, are those projects contingent? We get that funding, or reserves will be there? And if we did get the funding, would that adjust our reserve positions? So those would be the questions I'd have of that report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Graves?
Through the CAO to mayor and council. So I'll start with the bridge one. So our assumption on this one, we did put STIP funding into the budget. The reason being, in the past, when we've been approved for engineering, which we have on this bridge, we've been successful at getting the construction side of it too. That, no guarantee on that, but currently we do show grant funding. So the plan would be is if we get that grant funding, we would proceed. If we don't, we would defer that bridge another year and take another crack at it. So that one isn't shown in the reserve forecast as being $4.3 million coming from the reserve. The next one, the Little Red Road reconstruction, we are funding that ultimately through reserves, and so this would be a windfall for the reserve if we did successfully get that new grant funding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One question. The financial software upgrade, that's a one-time cost, or is there a maintenance cost that comes along with it, sort of thing?
Through the CAO to mayor and council. So that's the initial implementation of it. There's two phases. There's a second phase in 2026. There is then software licensing fees. And until we ultimately do the RFP and pick a software, we won't know what those maintenance fees are, but we currently carry a maintenance fee on our current financial software, so we do have that within the budget. There could be a difference though between the new software's maintenance fee versus the old one.
Okay, thank you. The next question I had, the transit buses, we have a 75% grant funded, but that line, if we don't get the funding, we are not going forward with that. Is that the idea?
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, through the CEO to mayor and council. Yeah, that's correct. So that's contingent upon grant funding to have that capital acquisition in there.
Okay, thank you. Is there a time frame when you'd know about that? Yay or nay, I guess?
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, through the CEO to mayor and council. I believe the reality is if we have approval in the budget of this, then that budgetary approval and the documentation that goes along with that then would be forwarded to the granting body, and we would receive word back, and we'd expect to receive word by Q1 of next year, which would then allow us to start proceeding with the purchase if we were to go forward. It's very likely typical with these granting processes that council would still get a chance to see the final minutia of that before we actually proceeded with the procurement.
Okay, thank you. Had one other question, but I just lost it here. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Moore?
Good morning, Mayor Wood. Good morning, everyone. Just a couple of questions. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge those people who did take the time to give us some feedback. And I did get an email from Shelley Bailey. So I didn't see that, but I recognised it was not in adherence, but she did later send her name. First of all, I'd like to talk about our reserve position, because we've had questions from the public about what is the state of our reserves. How much of it is cash? That's the question I'm hearing, because people think reserves is a nice little nest egg. Could someone confirm that, please?
Mr. Graves?
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council. So we've heard that there's lots of questions about this. So we've included in the budget highlight draft that you've seen a statement about the reserves, and I'll just read it really quick and then I'll expand on it. The balance of the county's reserves is influenced by several factors, including taxation, service levels, funding from other levels of government, capital plan costs, non-cash accounting items like developer contributed assets, depreciation, liabilities such as gravel pit reclamation and landfill retirement. Reserves represent more than just cash in the checking account. They reflect a broader financial picture. So similar to what I mentioned at the last council meeting, we use accrual accounting instead of cash-based accounting. And so some of these items here, we tried to come up with examples of non-cash items. So a developer contributed assets. So what that is, if you can picture Liberty Landing, the developer builds the roads and the pipes for that development, and then ultimately they transfer those assets to us. And so we're taking non-cash items from them and we put them into our financial statements. So our reserves are a picture of everything that flows through our budgets. And so we have non-cash items that would ultimately dictate what our reserve balances are. I also just want to make sure it's quite clear that as far as debt goes, the way that we use the reserves is it's a flow through. So the county reports debt proceeds within its reserves as a temporary flow through entry to finance designated capital projects. These proceeds are recorded and promptly allocated, so the reserve balance remains accurate and aren't overstated. So we do show debt proceeds in a reserve schedule, but what that is it's a funding of the whole budget, and it goes in and immediately gets allocated to the project it's assigned to, so it doesn't inflate the value of our reserves.
Thank you, Mr. Graves, for that. I think that explanation to our public would help. If we needed to put our hands on money right away, would we be able to do that if there was an emergency or something like that?
Through the CAO to the Mayor and Council. So we have a couple of different options for that. So we do have medium and long-term investments. So those are ones that are harder to touch, not as liquid. The big thing that the county does use is we have an overdraft account that council's approved in the past. And then, we have ebb and flows with our cash flow. So during, like in June, when we're collecting taxes, we definitely have more cash then, and then we become more reliant on our overdraft outside of that period.
Thank you for that. The next question I have is on our projections for land sales for next year. I do remember seeing it at 10 million. Can you confirm, or was it rolled up in something else? If you could just clarify for me.
Mr. Graves?
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council. So the land sales are rolled up into one large category that's user fees and sales. And so what we have projected in the budget right now is land sales of $2 million per year.
Per year, so that's for the next, yeah. And my final question is, have we, when we look at our projections in the past, how do we measure when we look back to our projections, to our actuals? I'm talking about land development here.
Hey, you know what?
Mr.
I'm happy to
Mr.
pop in.
Hertzberg.
Okay.
You guys are doing great answering all the questions, but I think, as is the case every year to Mayor and Council, every year when we look at our budget, we also then in the spring, we look at our financial statements and we see how we perform based on what was budgeted and what actually occurred. So it's done on a yearly basis. You have an audit committee or you're all members of, and all elements of the activities of the previous year are handled through that process, which really isn't that far down the road. By the time we get through Christmas and get through all of this, we're pretty quickly into audit work and all the rest of it. So that's really the probably the best overarching response I can think of that allows members of council to look at any of the activities of the previous year and compare those to what we had budgeted for or anticipated versus actual.
So I'm hearing we wait till spring to see that. We'll see it in the financial statements then. Is that what I'm understanding?
Council, as they always do, will approve their financial statements well before the statutory deadlines, which aren't until quite a bit later. I think May is when we actually have to have them done. You're always done well before that. So you've done that every year and never had an issue with those financial statements.
Thank you.
No other questions? Councillor Palm?
So thanks for all the information. So I guess just one question I have, it's kind of, it's on the sales and land sales and user charges. Just from what was budgeted in 2024 to what the projection is, there's a $4 million difference. So, and then in 2025, there's a $7 million projected. So I guess, is that all, you're saying that only 2 million of that is land sales? Projected land sales?
Mr. Graves?
Through the CAO to mayor and council. So in the sales, land sales, and user charges, this is a big category that catches a lot of different things. Mm-hmm. The main thing that you're seeing the budget, original budget of $9 million, and then the projection of 5.6, that has to do with the Leva Ave the Junction 42 roundabout on Highway 42. So we thought we might get funding from the province in 2024. So we budgeted for that in operating. The reason it's budgeted for in operating is because Highway 42 is a provincial highway. So it's not our asset. So we've put it into the operating budget. And so that project wasn't going, construction wasn't going this year, and that was valued well over $4 million to do that. So that's the big reason why you're seeing that big gap of $4 million in that line item.
Okay, but so it's projected to go in 2025 then? With getting a grant for it, right?
Through the CAO to mayor and council, yeah, we're getting a cost recovery. So that's why it's in this category. Sales, user charges, and land sales, it's a cost recovery. Maybe we're being a little nitpicky, but classifications for accounting, there's government transfers, which are grants, and then cost recoveries are a different thing. So we have a direct agreement with the province on this one, so it's a cost recovery.
Okay. And then I have one more question. So on the overall consolidated budget, at the very bottom of it, where it says it's got transfer to from offsite levy reserve, and then reserve and debt proceeds 24 to 27 paving, and then the debt payments. So is that so the 6 million that's for does that include the extra 5 million like payments? I guess what does all that debt repayment include?
Mr. Graves?
Through the CAO to mayor and council. So the debt payment line, that is showing that within our reserves, we are making the principal repayment portion of our debt. And so in our operating budgets, we have the interest portion. So we have borrowings right now for land development. So in the land management subdepartment, we have the interest portion of debt. And then we have bridge and paving debentures right now, and so the interest is found in the operations administrative subdepartment. The reserves then pay just the principal portion of that debt. So that's what that line item is. And you see the difference between 2024 and 2025. The main reason is we came to council and got approval to refinance our land development debt. So the payment's going down quite a bit because we increased the term of that debt.
Okay, so does that include the 5 million repayment every year for the paving? Those debt repayment payments?
Through the CAO to mayor and council, that's right. So that line there includes all the payments for all the debt that we have.
Okay. And what else? Sorry, I had a couple more and I can't think what they are right now. That's it for right now.
Councillor Holzman.
Morning, thanks. I just have a quick question on the potential for the Little Red, the grant. Can you confirm what the probable grant would be, the cost of it, like the amount? What is the government offering?
Mr. Graves.
Through the CEO to mayor and council, it's quite a fresh new grant. We've been, it's got a tight timeline. It's due November 30th. Okay. So we've reviewed it. We've been trying to reach out to the province to get more clarity on it. I would hate to put a bet on it. It's a brand new, it's for the whole province. It's competitive. I think a lot of municipalities have infrastructure needs. So it's hard to say, how competitive it would be, but we feel like it's a tight deadline. We're getting ours in, so we'll be in there. And maybe other people's miss that deadline, and we're one of the applications in there. We're hoping it helps our chances.
I'll keep my fingers crossed. I guess I just would like you to go back to that slide. That the questions I have is around the path to sustainability that I've been getting asked from the public. And I guess for me, could you just outline any issues if we were to deviate from our plan, as in not increase the tax rates? If you could just sort of highlight for any public that's listening where we would end up to be because our budget is forecast for so many years, if you don't mind, Mr. Graves.
Mr. Graves.
Through the CAO to mayor and council. So what this is, it's looking at the differential between our operating revenue and our operating expenses, and what's left over could be used to fund capital. And so the blue bars are the revenue and the orange bars are the expenses. And so if there aren't revenue increases, then the blue bars would flatline. And then operating expenses, we're trying to keep it at a cap of 2%. Those would slowly rise at a 2% rate, but you would stop to get that bigger surplus or differential between the two numbers, and then there'd be less funds available to fund the capital program. And then when we talk about that, then we're looking at reserve use or debt to pay for capital.
Thank you, because I think that becomes the question with the tax, if we have to increase taxes to get where we want to in the long term. Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor DePalm.
Sorry, I remembered my other question. Under corporate services on the overall consolidated budget, is the internet utility the Rural Connect?
Mr. Graves.
Through the CAO to mayor and council, that's correct. So that's the remnants of it being in Red Deer County and then the conversion over to the MCC. And so that line would represent contributions we may have to make to the MCC.
Okay, so the contributions for 2025 is 420, so that I guess I'm just and for 26 and 27 it says 190. I just I guess I'm from what their business plan was to seeing the numbers in here, I guess, I raised questions about what we would have to contribute over the years and stuff. So the 420, that's for us building more, or I guess what does that all include?
Mr. Hertzberg?
Yes, through to Mayor and Council, the predominant amount of that is to finish the obligations we have in the UBF funding that we received. And finishing the UBF funding is the capital that was related to the funding we received this year is expected to be completed in 2025. So that's the amount that is the county is obligated in order to receive that grant funding. And then in the future years beyond that, it is really going to depend upon how the MCC does in terms of its own revenues and expenditures and whether it'll come back. So it's a guesstimate for now based on the business plan. They'll be reporting through from the MCC in the not too distant future in terms of what their plans are and how that all looks, which will likely alter our projections based on their activities.
Okay, so there is still UFB funding that is being spent then from the grant, and we have to contribute a certain portion of that yet?
That is correct. It's still our obligation. We were not able to finish all of the UBF capital work that was done. It was millions of dollars of construction. It's on point. It's certainly not delayed or overdue in any way, shape, or form. But it was a significant amount of work. The towers are being built, the internet that's going to the towers, the fiber, all the rest of it is all work that's being done. And the proportionate amount, the large amount of that figure you're looking at is the obligations that we had, the amount of money we were contributing against the grants that we received from the province and the federal government. Yes. Okay,
so that number for 2025, does that include the new radios or whatever those things were for the towers that had to be replaced?
If it was in part of the grant applications, yeah, there'd be the radios in there as well. If that was part of what the UBF funding was, if it wasn't, the MCC will be picking up the radio costs.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Moore.
So I just have a question on the internet. I think we all read about the town of Olds and what happened when they disbanded the MCC, and hopefully that won't happen to us. This is a question. So what would happen if that did happen? Would that, because I've heard from the article I read that the debt came back to the municipality. Is that correct? That's my question. Yeah, no, it's just because, it's a consideration.
Mr. Hertzberg will answer.
If I'm honest, to Mayor and Council's already made this decision. I don't know what you want me to say about it. Those elements are not in this budget and not what we're talking about right now. So I don't feel it's appropriate for me to answer that question.
Okay, I have another question, Mayor Wood. I'd like to address the Community Resilience Navigator. So I've heard in our deliberations over the summer that that this is sort of a new position. I'm just wondering how many municipalities actually have this position. I see definite value in it. I just want to, know if it's a little bit premature considering our financial situation right now. So maybe Director Brandt could help me understand.
Mr. Brown.
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council. So if you'll recall, this was the result of some research work that was done by our Protective Services and Emergency Management team, and it came forward to the Emergency Management Committee, which is comprised of members of council. It's a committee of council that we're required by legislation to have, and the administrative recommendation was that we couldn't resource the plan that was built because we had done some research through some students and through some temporary employees. The committee recommended pushing this forward for consideration to see what it would take to resource it. So we brought that to GPC, or what was, it's currently GPC, but what it may have been previously, workshop or however we considered it, with council, where council then requested that administration added this to the budget. So that's kind of a little bit of the backstory and the history of why and how this got here. The size and complexity of emergency management teams varies across the province. Certainly, we have long standing in Red Deer County, been a leader in emergency management and are looked at that way provincially. While this is a new position, the reality is just our current obligations and the things we meet would not allow us to take on this level of community engagement from a protective services and emergency management standpoint. Hence that's the need for the resources should we wish to proceed with this. It would be difficult because I don't think there's any one way that a municipality builds their emergency management department. So there are other municipalities who have large members who work it into, we often refer to emergency management as a corner of the desk type job, which is very common. It's a portion of a portfolio for people. So it's difficult for me to answer that question directly because even the number of positions and the what we call our positions here at Red Deer County, because of the way we deliver services, would be different. So I can't say specifically that somebody has this exact position, but there are other municipalities that do have community engagement personnel in their emergency management and protective services departments.
Thanks, Director Brent. Would there be any risk to our municipality if we did not have this position, in your opinion?
Through the CA out of Mayor and Council, I mean, there's always risk. Risk always exists, and we can't eliminate it. Our job's to mitigate it as best we can. This is really about trying to move the needle on preparedness for people in our communities, and so finding out what's important to them. We're doing a good job at the higher level. This is how we integrate that into what's meaningful to the ratepayers in the county and to the residents and businesses in the county, and figuring that out. And it did come out of a significant amount of research and shows that it's kind of, I'd say, the new path moving forward. So the risk, if anything, if we don't proceed, is that we just kind of get left behind and we're stuck where we are. And then when something happens, we see that less than 40% of our residents are prepared. That's kind of universal across Alberta. So that we would expect that we would have to help out 60% or more of the people who are impacted by something that occurs. And if we can elevate that preparedness and have to help less people, then in the long term, it becomes less costly to the municipality.
Thank you, Director Brandt.
So I've got lots of hands up, and I believe that Councillor Kennett's hand was ahead of Councillor Messier, so that's going to be the order that I will take them. Councillor Kennett, followed by Councillor Messier.
I don't have any more questions. I'm ready for an amendment, though, if you're...
Okay, we'll make sure that the questions are complete. I want to make sure we're on kind of like round two, but I know this is important for us all. If you have a question, Councillor Messier.
I'm ready for a motion with amendments, so I'm ready for the motion.
Okay, I'll take Councillor Kennett.
Mayor Wood, if we may. We'd just like to display on the screen the additional public comments received after the publication of the agenda, just to ensure that members of the public have the opportunity to review those. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a few minutes to read those then. Okay, great. So I was looking for the motion. Councillor Kennett, I seen your hand. Go ahead, sir.
We have a couple of things in here. Do you want a motion first or amendments first? Motion
I
first?
have to have a motion to work from, and I always like to have a motion in the positive. It helps, right?
Okay, so I would move we approve administration's recommendation to approve the 2025-2027 operating budget and 2025 to 2029 capital budget with, since the report has multiple options here, with the option 2A for the bus service, and removal of the community resiliency coordinator due to the council approving the potential Innisfail seed plant funding. So my intention is not that we remove it permanently, the community resiliency coordinator, but to delay it 1 year, as we have allocated this basically the same amount of money to potentially the Innisfail seed plant. Is that clear?
Yes, that's clear. I would suggest to council that it may be easiest to move through this if you just moved the budget now and then moved each of your amendments individually so that they could be debated on their own instead of having them debated in the grand scheme of the budget. I just think that would help you move through this a little bit easier.
Okay, so I'll do one amendment then, is that fair?
Yes, and I think the way the mayor has traditionally handled it in the past is that if he knows you have two and the recommendation from administration has been that you handle them individually, typically he'd let you make your second amendment after the first one's been disposed of.
And that sure helps us out, because if you make this thing all amended to start with, we may have to start from scratch, which would make it a lot easier today. So if we can move one at a time, that would.
So the first one I would move then would be the option 2A for the busing. And do you need a minute to do that? You're good? If I could speak to it.
You sure can.
The reason I say option 2A, one of the things unique about Gasoline Alley is business almost doubles, if not triples, on the weekends, which means all these businesses need more staff on weekends compared to during the week. If we just offered a weekly bus service, it would be very difficult still for them to staff on the weekends. I heard from some of the people that if we approve 3 times a day, they are more than happy to adjust their work schedules so that their employees can match this, so they can use the service. We've heard, I don't know how many reports on the bus service on the west side, how it's been growing and growing and growing. That makes sense. It's getting more expensive for people to do anything. So I think if we can help out the workers, which in turn helps out the employers, we're going to be able to grow the east side like we have been, the west side. And I think this bus service 3 times a day, 7 days a week would be would give us a good understanding of the usage of it as well. So that's why I move option 2A.
So thank you. So we have an amendment on the floor, so we will talk to the amendment. And I'm going to do here is because it seems like I'm pretty sure everyone's going to want to turn, and if not, we'll let you go by. But I think what we'll do is we'll just go clockwise around and make sure that everyone has a turn, and then I'm not trying to figure out whose hand went up first or last. Councillor Ramsey, do you have any comments?
Yeah, sure, Mayor Wood. I can speak to the transit. I think that one was already included in the budget, the 2A. So, but we did send it out to the public for feedback on the 3 options. So, I can support this for the time being. I think we you know, as Councillor Kennett mentioned, we definitely need to try something over there and see what happens. I think it's something we're just going to have to look at annually, and you know, maybe in the future, if we see the ridership and the times, we could flex it a bit to better meet the demand if what we try this year isn't working. But yeah, certainly open to giving it a go and kind of piloting this and seeing what happens.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. So, yeah, I support option 2A. I think, you know, more than ever right now, our jewel in the crown, Gasoline Alley, we need to support and affect growth in the best way we can. There's safety concerns. We've discussed this a lot. So, yeah, I can support that amendment.
Councillor Messier?
Interesting point. This might not even be an amendment because it's already in the budget. But I'm glad that Councillor Kennett pulled this one out because I've got a few concerns with it. For the rest of the day, and part of this operating budget was the increased revenue, and we're looking at user pays, and we're talking about the $78,000 or whatever the number was, extra revenue that's coming from our fee bylaw that we just passed. And a lot of the fee bylaw was user pay, whether it was dust suppression, and we're trying to change rates and look at rates for sewers and water and everything else. And now all of a sudden you're throwing me a budget that's got a service increase for some people going out to Gasoline Alley. And I'm curious on what user pay formula are we using for this buses versus what we're trying to use on our rec programming. I'm not against the bus. There is even a safety hazard that I haven't heard of that I did hear passing that this might help be a safety hazard. So I'm all for this bus, but until I truly understand how we're making user pay fit in with this bus increased service, I don't want to give a 3-year operating budget a go-ahead, because that's what we're talking about. I heard Councillor Ramsey mention, yeah, it's a good idea, and let's try it for a year and maybe look at it annually. But right now, I've got a 3-year operating budget in front of me that has this 3-day service bus every year in it. And later in the budget, we're talking about a 3-year term for something and then it ends and we revisit it. I can't speak for the future. But I think if I'm looking at a 3-year operating plan, Mr. Mayor, I can only accept a trial run for this increased bus service. We've had bus service. It costs a lot of money. I'm hearing from the ratepayers, the few that rode in that we were seeing today, that we've got to hold a handle on costs. I'm hearing in the preamble that we gave some money to Innisfil Seed Plant. Let's not give money to something else. Let's talk about this one. I'd like to make an amendment to the budget, because I don't think the amendment we're talking about is an amendment. It's already in the budget, but we stop this at 2 years and we revisit it. And then it's concrete into the future, that if the future council says it's working, the bus fee's paying, then it continues forward. But to give it a blessing to say it's now in our budgets and transit's going to have an increase in service, I can't support. So I'll support it for 2 years as a trial. And if it's working, future councilors can decide to continue with it or change a bus service. But just to enter it into a 3-year budget and give it its blessing, not without getting some more feedback. So I'd like to make it a 2-year trial period, because I do believe in GPC. We all discussed it, and there was a lot of heads nodding that a trial period to see if the bus is going to work and pay for itself is a good idea. But I heard the word trial, and I don't see it in a 3-year operating budget. So mine is put it in for 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don't know if it's going to be friendly or not to the budget, but might have to vote on the 2-year term. I don't know legislative services.
So that I'm clear, what you're doing is that you're making an amendment to the and I know this is not clear because the original budget actually gave us some options. So basically, the way that I heard Councillor Kennett's motion to be was that he didn't include the busing in his original motion, that he included the busing as an amendment so that we could separate it out separately. You're asking for an amendment to an amendment. And I believe that it is possible to do that. It makes it very complicated. But you know what? It is an idea that I think that we need to have the discussion on. I won't accept any more amendments to amendments after this one. This is it. So we now have a motion on the floor to amend the term to 2-year, is it trial period? Is that what I'm hearing you say, sir? Thank you. Okay. The question goes back to Councillor Kennett. Is that friendly, sir?
No, I'll leave it as unfriendly and we can all vote on it.
Okay, it is deemed unfriendly. So we will have discussion only on the amendment to the amendment for the term. I mean, this makes it complicated, and thank you very much. It's not always easy to sit in this chair. I'm going to try to deal this as procedure should allow. We will talk about the merits of having a 2-year term versus the 3. That's what I'm hearing. Councillor Holzman, and we'll go around like this.
So I can support the 2A that was in the original budget. However, I, like Councillor Massier, had concerns whether it's actually going to pay for itself. And we have had such hard discussions, and I think going back to the chart, it started in June, that we started with budget, and we had workshops on this actual item. I see the advantage for Gasoline Alley East, and I acknowledge that we need to do it. I guess my concern goes back to the cost of the transportation of it and where we're going to come from in the future if there's no usage of it, because that concerns me greatly. Like, you take a look at other cities right now, Calgary's looking at all their transit. We know we're not going to make money on it. Transportation never makes money, but I think what we're looking for is the actual usage more than anything, because if the usage is high, then we can support the 3rd year even if we realize we're losing money for a future council, because if that's the case, we're actually doing a value add for Gasoline Alley, which I can support. So right now, I am fully okay with option 2A, but I do support the amendment for a trial period, and that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Councillor Palm.
Thanks. So I guess one thing I just need clarification on was Councillor Kennett's original amendment for a 3-year pilot, or was it just for the 3 years and it's always in the budget?
Got clarifications, Councillor Kennett, please.
Well, it's in the 3-year budget. I think, I think staff had put that in there because we know that buses don't pay. The bus service on the west side doesn't cover its costs. There is a user pay function of it, though. Every person pays $75 a month for a bus pass, or you pay your money when.
Oh, hang on here. Okay, so I will. There was a question asked on clarification of the original motion. Councillor Kennett was in the process of giving that clarification. Please make sure that that clarification comes back to the question of Councillor DePalm.
My concern with just a 2-year is this is still a contracted service to the city. We do not operate this bus service. If we just do a 2-year, will we get the same kind of rate that we would get if we did a 3-year? You need a bit of time to look at these things. They don't happen overnight. One thing, I think that's why a 3-year gives us a better, or future councils, a better look at what's actually happening there. I think that's why I think a 3-year would be more appropriate than the proposed 2-year.
Thank you. Do you have anything further, Councillor DePalm?
Yeah, I guess, I can't support the 2-year, but I can support the 3-year with it to be reviewed on every year to see. If it's not being used in the first year at all, then it should be done and over. So if that's kind of the intent of going over the 3 years, that it does get reviewed on a yearly basis to see how it's working, I can support putting in the budget for the 3 years, because I do think is good. And, you know, the safety concerns that we have heard out there definitely need to be addressed. And I have to agree, over 3 years, you can get a better idea than you can over 2, in my opinion. But I guess I just want reassurance that it would be evaluated every year to see if there is ridership. And if there isn't, then it would be dealt with at that point in time.
Okay. You've already had a bit of an opportunity. We're okay to go to Councillor Ramsey. You will, is that, you're okay with that, Councillor Kennett? You had enough to say on, as your turn? Or is that, you took yours as an answer to hers? You have more to say? You can go ahead if you like.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I'll just reiterate, there is a $75 a month user fee on this. This isn't free bus service out to the county. That rate is set by the city, so they're most likely going to be our operator for this. They're the ones that take care of our route on the other side. It is growing yearly. The potential is there. I know the businesses are the ones who have said, you know, we need help to grow our business. And they need a bit of stability too, because they can't do long-term planning if we can't do long-term planning to help them understand what's going to be happening. Now, I agree, user pay. There is a user pay function in this. The option for these people, from what I've been told, is close to $400 a month to get each employee out there. That's pretty tough. That's a lot more than what this service would do for us. And I think there's going to be some spin-offs too, because it's not just going to be the hotels and the restaurants and whatnot. I think there's some others as well that we don't even realize yet that'll come on board with this. So that's why I think we need a 3-year to really see what's going on. But obviously we're going to keep an eye on it too. If it goes right off the rails, that makes sense too, to re-look at it. Thank you.
Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I will support the amendment for the 2-year pilot. Like I mentioned, I think this is something we need to kind of review annually almost. And I'm not getting clarity in the original part if after 3 years that it would be kind of a pilot and we would have that opportunity to kind of flex it a bit if needed. So I will support the 2-year amendment.
Councillor Moore.
Before I make my comments here, I'm just a bit confused with the process. This was already in the budget, so how is it an amendment? This is what I'm struggling with. Thank you.
Okay, as the chair, what I heard, I have to work from the motions that I hear. Mm-hmm. Okay, the motion that I heard was that the budget, Councillor Kennett pulled this out of the original budget and made it as an amendment to add to the budget. That is how come it is not, that's what I see as different here, and we were clear about how the discussion was going to start when we started. There's no surprise to anyone sitting at this table because we were really clear how we were going to handle it.
No, it was just because it was in the budget, and I know Councillor Massier referred to that, so it did make me think, but if we're doing everything correctly, I'm good. I just want to make sure our process is good. And I'm hearing it is. So I will not support 2 years. I think we need the 3-year cycle with a review, as been stated, for this project. I think it really demonstrates the faith and confidence in the growth of Gasoline Alley. And I think it's really important that we support the businesses in a long-term way. Transportation doesn't make money, as has been stated, but we need Gasoline Alley to continue to grow and prosper. And I would suggest that the east side has not prospered as well because it didn't have the same transportation service. So I will not support 2 years, which is the amendment. Thank you.
So we've heard from everyone on the amendment except for myself. Councillor Master will close debate on the amendment, but I do have one question of administration. This entire bus service is based on a $4 million purchase of a bus, of which $3 million of that is grant money. Should we, what is the terms of this grant? Can we just stop this service anytime we want when we're getting a bus under a grant, or is there any obligations that we have that we would have to keep it for a certain period of time, or are we okay at just running the bus for an amount of time that we need to? I just want to make sure that we follow grant rules, because that can have a huge determination on how I might vote today. Mr. Hertzberg.
I'm going to take a shot at it, and Dave's going to back me up through to Mayor and Council. I do not believe the capital item that refers to the buses in question would necessarily have a dramatic impact on the debate that you're currently having. We don't want that grant application to be, it ought not to be seen as tying the hands of council, future councils for the next 2 or 3 years. I think just the fact it's even for 1 year, if those are buses that end up being utilized as a result of putting this service in place, it should not be binding on council. You should feel comfortable having this debate, not worried about a grant application tying your hands in the future. If there is a significant change to estimated costs of either the operating of this new service, this is an additional level of service, we will have sufficient time between now and the spring budget amendments to ensure that council is fully aware of their spring budget amendments if there is an impact in any way based on the capital requirements that this service level will dictate. But by having clarity today about passing a budget that includes this service increase, you are allowing us then to proceed to do some important pieces of the puzzle, which includes even just beginning to more detail negotiate with the city on the costs and make sure that we're estimating our costs of this appropriately and taking a look at those things. So it's a long answer, but in short, I don't believe that the issue of the capital and the bus has a huge determining factor on the debate you're currently having.
Okay, so you're helping me a bit. I just want to make sure that if we shortened a term to a short term, that we did not impact the ability to get a grant. Okay. Anyway, so that's fine. That I'm going to make my comment on the 2 years, because that's what we're talking about here, and the reason I brought the grant up because we were moving from 2 to 3, from 3 to 2. I support the bus on the east side, and I actually think the bus is extremely important. I am concerned on the cost, and I fully agree with Councillor Kennett, you know, on the importance of this bus in this area, and I fully agree that buses never pay for themselves. What I am hearing, though, in the debate here is that we don't know of how successful this bus is going to be into the future, and basically what I'm hearing say is that, hang on, we're willing to go along with this for a couple years and try it out, and I think the idea of a pilot, typically in my own mind, is if a pilot's functioning, then it continues, and if a pilot doesn't function, then it doesn't. And I honestly see no negativity at all to saying it's for 2 years, because the council of the day will take a look at it at that time and say, hang on, this pilot's working really well. They'll make a decision at that time. And so I do think that by moving it to the 2-year period also gives an indication to those that might want to utilize it that we're watching this and that this bus needs to be utilized. And so actually I think Councillor Messer's idea is a good idea. And I'm going to support his amendment. Councillor Messer, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Because the debate's not about making money, losing money, safety, do the businesses need it, who should pay for it, what percentage they should pay for it. That's not the debate. The debate is, do we slip it into a budget and leave it there? what I heard from my fellow councilors is that we'd like it reviewed every year. And you know what? We do need to look every year. But at what level do we look at the budgets that we give forward into the future? We're trying to give planning. If the original motion would have said a 3-year trial project and we'll review it after 3 years, I would have went for it. But what I saw was that there was a fee into this budget that, yes, good councils would look every year and have the option to pull it or not. But I didn't see that. I didn't see that concrete, because that's exactly it, Mr. Mayor. I heard these businesses are going to change their work shifts so people can take the bus to be making more efficient. Good. That's skin in the game. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to see. If you just say it's going to be a bus going out to Gasoline Alley East, oh well, figure it out. So I'm struggling. Do I pull my original motion and just go back to the 3? Because I hear the intent. Let's look at it every year. Even Councillor Kennett says it's 3-year trials, probably a little longer to get the numbers. But if it doesn't work, yeah, I'd be willing to get rid of it right away too. So, yeah, I think we're all on the same page. I'm sticking with it 2 years, and let's formally bring it back. If it's working, future council can move it forward again, just to give the public the knowledge that we're aware of these things. We just don't spend money frivolously. We're aware of them, we study them, and we watch where the money's going, because it is an increase in service. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me close.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? So Councillor Moore, keep your hands up for a sec. Councillor DePalm and Councillor Kennett. Opposed. Motion has been carried. Okay, we now go back to the original amendment from Councillor Kennett. We kind of got waylaid on that. I'm trying to remember where that changed. We were talking about that, and we got around to about Councillor Massier. Do you have any more comments on the original motion? Did you have a comment on his original one?
I made the amendment, so fully supportive of the amendment and going forward with the bus now.
What I remember is I went around like this and I stopped here and he made an amendment. Everyone had a chance till then. Councillor Holzman, do you have any further comments? Councillor DePalm, do you have any further comments? Yeah, you have a comment. Any comments on his motion? What was it? As amended. The amended motion, the amendment on the bus.
But we're done the bus, right?
No, we're not done the bus. So, so for procedure here, folks, what we're doing is we have an amendment on the floor that we need to either pass or fail. I've had discussion all the way around to there on the amendment, and then Councillor Messier threw a wrench in things and said he wanted to amend the amendment. You folks all had a chance to speak to it till then. We are now around to here. Do you want to speak to the amendment?
Okay, so now our amendment is for the 2-year pilot project.
Mayor Wood,
Have I made a mistake?
may we provide clarity as to what everyone's voting on? So we
Yes.
are voting on the amended amendment.
Yes.
Yeah, and that is really the inclusion of a further distinction of the program. The service level is being proposed.
Yeah.
Option 2A is being proposed. It was amended to
Thank you.
refine for a 2-year period, which wasn't really accepted as friendly in the first place. So now this amended amendment is now being looked at. So it's 2A, 2 years.
I'll give everyone another chance on this one. I think that's fair. Go ahead. Your start.
Okay, well, I guess, since that amendment passed, I'll support it because I do want to see this pilot project go through. And yeah, I guess my comments stay somewhat the same. I do still feel that it should be reviewed every year. And if there is no ridership the first year, then it's gone. But I do think, regardless if it's 2 or 3, it still needs to be reviewed every year and see what the ridership is to make those decisions every year. But I guess going over it, I can live with the 2-year pilot program.
Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, I'll support it with the amendment. It's fine, 2 years. I think every program we have, we can look at. One thing I do want to say, though, this was initially brought forward by the businesses. They said they have a need, they want our help. They can't, they had a concern about continuing on or expanding their business if they can't get employees. They asked if we could help out. The help is what they need. You know, it's not easy economic times, regardless what our federal government says. These businesses aren't getting hugely rich. They are dealing with what they can, and the employees, they're, you know, the fact that they are so gung-ho to get out there. But if you're losing money going to work, that's a tough thing. I think this will help everyone in Gasoline Alley East. I think there's going to be some spin-off benefits as well. I know the businesses, even when I talked to them at the just a month ago, they were excited if this could come forward because they felt their staff could use it and it would help their staff. And, you know, Gasoline Alley, East, West, all of it is a really important part of this county. I think without it, we'd be in a considerably different financial situation. I think everybody knows that quite clearly. So helping out some businesses that we can. One thing too, I think that I maybe have a bit of misunderstanding. The $4 million bus purchase, I don't think was just to get a bus for Gasoline Alley East. I think it was some replacement buses and some handy bus replacements, and it was a efficiency program through the federal government to bring in some higher efficiency vehicles. So it's not just a bus for Gasoline Alley East. It's a multitude of things and a multitude of services to help keep up what we already offer service-wise to people. You know, if you see the buses going around there, it's a lot of maintenance, I think, and at some point eventually they do break down. And I think we're in a unique situation here where we can potentially upgrade some of the fleet and help all the service. So yeah, I'm all in favor of this. Thank you.
Passes. Some more.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. So, I appreciate the clarification from Councillor Kennett there on the 4 million, because this is all about maintaining and improving the fleet that we have. I would have, obviously preferred the 3 years. Obviously, I'll support the 2 years. And I think it's really important to recognise the huge contribution that the businesses of Gasoline Alley make to this municipality.
Councillor Massier, Councillor Holzman. I guess I started here, so I'll say a few things, and this is your motion, Councillor Kennett. You know, when I heard people were running across the highway from the west side to the east side, I've never seen it, but I've heard it. I thought, we have a situation that's maybe not functioning the way that it could be best served. When I talked with folks from the business owners from the east side, along with other members of council, especially Councillor Kennedy's pushed us very, very hard for a while, and understood the struggles that they're having, it made me think back. It made me think back to a point in time when I remember when we first got our first bus, and we had businesses actually that were not able to keep open because they couldn't get the staff necessary. And thinking about the importance of the growth of this area, not just the people that are there right now, I think that we're going to see huge rewards in economic development. Economic development is going to benefit the entire county. And that is why I'm going to support this. and recognizing there's no bus service in entire North America that likely ever pays for itself. It pays for itself with the growth and the activity and the benefit to our business. And that's why I'm supporting it today. Councillor Kennedy, you want to close?
I think I've said it all. Just, I'd reiterate, this started with businesses saying we need help. So that's what we're doing. It wasn't a 5-minute decision. It was, it's taken quite a while to get to this point, and I think helping these businesses will also show other businesses that potentially are looking at coming there, there's an opportunity, and I think that'll benefit everybody in the county, and that's the important thing, is we're not doing something it's benefiting one group, but in reality, in the long term, it benefits everybody, and that's the key. Thank you.
Okay, so to be clear, what we're going to do right now is we're going to vote on the amendment that has already been amended. And to make it really clear, Ms. Rowell, can you talk about the 2 years that we're talking about on this motion so we're all clear? I'm sure we are, but you know what? It doesn't hurt.
So the motion is to amend the operating budget and capital plan to include option 2A for Gasoline Alley East Transit Service as a trial service for a 2-year term.
There we go. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, we have a request for a break. We'll take the break. We'll come back in 10 minutes. It'll be 10:56. wanting to make another amendment. I also want to make sure that everyone else also has opportunities to make amendments. So go ahead and make an amendment. If there's any more, I'll let the next person take it. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Well, I was going to make I want to make the amendment of the community resiliency coordinator, delaying that for 1 year. Last council, we approved conditional funding for the seed plant. So I think it would be just, it would be prudent to delay that for 1 year when that is, it's about the same amount as the funding of the seed plant that we approved. Yeah.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor to move 1 year forward, correct?
To delay 1 year.
To delay 1 year, yep. Okay, Councillor Ramsey, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I can certainly support this. You know, I think delaying this 1 or even 2 years with our given financial position, not only with the seed plant funding, you know, I think this is it's an important work that's been done. We have the framework ready to go. You know, and if we have to park it a couple of years to kind of get caught up, you know, since we're bringing in resources to take it on, I think that's something that could be picked up in a year or two when maybe we're a little bit better position to do that work. So yeah, certainly don't want to lose sight of it. A lot of good work's been done already, and it's going to help further with our emergency preparedness. So, you know, like I say, don't want to lose sight of it, but I certainly support delaying it.
Some more.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I'm going to ask my colleague if we could change the verbiage to review it, because, to be honest, I concur with Councillor Ramsey. You know, the seed plant to me is something else. I recognise the rationale from Councillor Kennett, but I do believe that given our situation here financially, that there's some merit into reviewing this later on when we look at where we are financially. So I would entertain the word review if you would. It's up to you.
Yeah, review is fine. So are you saying review in 1 year, or?
I could live with 1 year. I'd kind of like 2, but it's up to you. I wouldn't be supporting this right now anyway. So just for all those reasons I stated financially, but I could live with because delay means it's going to happen, right? Whereas review is more, let's look at the situation and then decide.
Councillor Kennett, please just give clarity what your motion is, and we'll continue.
So I can accept that review in 1 year as opposed to the delay that I had initially. So I'd consider that a friendly.
Okay, thank you.
You're done. Councillor Massier.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. No, I'm not supporting this amendment, and I'm a little taken aback because I thought we had the good discussion. It was moved by Councillor Kennett in GPC that we needed a resilience coordinator for 3 years, and it's $100,000 a year. And what I'm hearing today is that, wow, we don't really want to take money from Peter's pot to put Paul's pot, and we're starting to play around with the budget on $118 million instead of doing our job, and that is, what are the needs of the community? And it was well thought out and discussed that this was a need and it was a 3-year term need. So it was something important. We need to get it done because we want to introduce these new changes. And we have budget in place for it. They give us the numbers right now, including 3 years for the bus, including the 3 years for this position. And if we were allowed to talk 5 years, we're going to be putting operating back into and covering off our capital, but we're only talking 3 years. So I was for it before. I think the need is here now, and I believe we have the funds available to pay for the position now. Yes, we decided we'd spend some extra money on the Innisfil seed plant, and we'll find that in contingency, and we'll pay for that. through future surpluses with all the growth that's coming to this county. And over the next 3 years, we're going to have other one-offs that we're going to want to support because that's a current need. But to prolong something that was well thought out and going to be part of a long-term budget that was well thought out and placed, I'm fully supportive still. So I will not support an amendment.
Councillor Holzman.
Thank you for that. I too cannot support the amendment. We discussed this at length, and I guess where I'm coming from is that in the discussions, we heard that the County of Red Deer is a leader in emergency response. We did a study that this position could carry out. My concern goes around things like fires, large-scale fires, such as what just happened in Jasper, Maui. If we have kind of a disaster like that and we don't have a position in place for it, I agree completely with Mr. Brand that it could end up costing us more as a county than this as a trial position. I cannot support it the way it sits, and I agree totally with your comments, Councillor Massier, that we're robbing from one to pay the other, because I thought we just heard that we increased our fee bylaw to sort of carry through some of these service levels. And I think I heard earlier in a discussion that it was only a $22,000 difference, which doesn't equate to the $100,000 that we're discussing here. So I concur with you, Councillor Massier. I cannot support this. I think this position is needed in this county. We have issues with flooding. We have concerns with drought. We have even concerns around lack of water. I think that this is what this position could bring to Red Deer County, and I support the position, not pulling it out. Thank you.
Councillor DePalm.
Thanks. So I have one question. I guess that 100,000 that we have projected to give to the Innisfil Seed Plant, is that in this budget right now? Can you just tell me where exactly it is in the budget?
Mr. Graves.
Through the CA to mayor and council. So we've included it in the operating budget. It would be under general governance, the $100,000. It was dependent on the project actually going forward at the seed plant. Yeah, so it is in the operating budget.
Under general governance? Okay. So I guess on to support the motion. I know we discussed it in length about this position, and it was going to be just for the 3-year period to get more information and come up with a plan to go forward. So I guess right now, you know, from our discussion in GPC about it and everything, I can't support taking it out for the simple fact that, you know, I do think we need some stuff for this, and, you know, my understanding is the staff we have right now, it wouldn't be getting the full attention that it should be getting if it's done off the corner of someone's desk. So, you know, I guess in the same aspect, this is no different than a pilot program that we're doing on others. This needs to be done, you know, for a plan going forward for our residents. So right now, I can't support taking it, out of the budget or even postponing it, because the reality is, you know, the sooner we get it done so that we have a plan and that going forward is what I think should happen.
Thank you. So it was Councillor Kennett's motion. I'm the only one that has give comment. You will close, Councillor Kennett. You know, we've heard various all the way from, you know, maybe, you know, is it even necessary to, we should delay it, to, you know what, we spent some money on the seed plant lately, and you know, we'll delay it for a year for that cost. I'm just going to say flat out here that, in my opinion, that what we're talking about is improving the emergency safety of our residents. That hasn't changed. That didn't change at all. If the program is important, and we took a look at it, and we've had lots of information on this, and I feel confident that it's a really important program. It's worth spending the money on, and then I'm not prepared to delay it 1 year because we spent $100,000 on a seed plant. Absolutely not. I believe that this has merit, benefit to our community, something that we've identified already, and that I just don't see no merit in delaying it, honestly, folks. But anyways, Councillor Kennett, you close.
Yeah, for some reason, I'm hearing that people don't think we have some of the greatest protective services people out there. I think we do. I think we've seen it the last 2 years. This is not saying that their service and what they're doing is not being done right. But I think we have to look at reality. We can't say yes to everything. We have to look at reality. You know, we have to try and make sure that our residents have the best services out there. We've seen that 2 years ago. A great number of our people went and helped out in a major forest fire. You know, last year, same thing, or this last summer. We have great people there. This is just an enhancement that may improve some services. You know, we have agreements with all our neighbors. We have one of the greatest agreements I think the mayor has signed with the other mayors of the region, working together and whatnot. Delaying this a year is not going to change that. We have the greatest people out there, quite frankly, is my opinion. And this is just, hey, we need to be careful with what we're spending. And I think delaying it for review for 1 year is not the end of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we vote, can I get Ms. Rodwell just to read out the amendments overall, clear the wording?
To amend the 2025 to 2027 operating budget by removing the community resiliency coordinator position and reviewing it as part of the 2026 budget consideration.
Thank you. Good debate. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so we have Councillor Messer, Councillor Holzman, myself, and Councillor DePalma. You had your hand up. Opposed? Motion's been defeated. We'll go back to discussing the budget. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I would like to move an amendment that we re-add the blue sign program to the operating budget and cap it at $10,000 annually. I know this ended in September and we had a time limit on it and policy around it. And I just think from a fairness perspective to our residents that, you know, I see a lot of these original faded signs out when I'm still driving around, and I don't think just because the term limit ended on that they should have to pay for the original signs that were kind of no good in the first place. So, and since the program ended, I have had requests come in for replacement signs. So to me, this would be a fairly small item in our operating budget that we could cap and help the residents that need to get their signs updated.
Okay. So a motion on the floor to add a blue sign program with specific amount of dollars. Continuing around the table, Councillor Moore, any comments?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wood. So I would definitely support this. You know, it's really important those signs are clear for safety reasons, and so I have no problem with this.
Mr. Masseur.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fully support this one, and you know, might one day delve in a little deeper because I'm seeing them as well. Faded blue signs, and whether the original guy never took advantage to get it redone. And I'm thinking because I live on that side of the road and mine fades out quicker than your side of the road, I'm going to get penalized in the future about it. I think the 10,000 annual is a wonderful project. We're making developers pay for the new signs. But if things beyond your control make your identification sign fade and we can help out by replacing them, especially some of the originals or maybe some that were under warranty, I don't think that's breaking the bank, and we need to have good identification. So fully support this amendment.
Mr. Holzman?
Thank you, Councillor Ramsey, for bringing this forward. I too so totally support this. This is a safety issue. I know that I've been out and about lately, and some of them are almost white on different sides of the road. So I think it's a good initiative to get the blue signs replaced for those that may not have realized there was a program out there. So the only other comment I would have is I would like to see it advertised again so that we make sure that if ratepayers do have the faded sign, that they have an avenue to get it replaced. Thank you.
Councillor Palm?
Yeah, I can support this amendment. Even in my areas I drive around, I know some people have taken felt markers to go over their numbers and stuff. So, yeah, and I don't know. I think some people don't even know about the program to even get their signs replaced. So, and I know it's been out there lots and all that kind of stuff, but so yeah, I would support this as a continuing program going forward.
Councillor Kennett?
Just a point of clarification, is this for a one-time replacement for people, or if they've got a faded sign that they can get it replaced?
Through the CAO to council, at this point in time, we are operating with a policy that dictates the end of that program. So our recommended amendment or revision to the wording of the resolution would be to direct administration to bring back the associated policy because we know that that policy would contradict this amendment. And so those clarifications could be handled at the time of that policy amendment. Right now, you'd just be setting a maximum budget of $10,000 and the program would be established through that policy.
Okay, what is, I guess, the amendment mover? What's your intention on this?
Yeah, for me, it's really the warranty on those original signs, and that's what the policy addressed. You know, I thought if we just had it in the budget annually to replace the original faded signs, I think any of the new ones that have been put up have been good. So that was my intent, was a warranty on the original signs.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the clarity.
Okay, so we are gonna get in a bit of a predicament here. We have two conflicting. Is your idea, Councillor, I guess we can put money in a budget for something, but I tell you what, the other hand is that we can't spend the money if the policy doesn't say so. Or where are we at on this? Because I need a little help too.
Because the amendment is to change a future budget, so not currently, it would just be that in addition to the amendment, you direct administration to bring that policy back to govern the operation of the program. So we can make that correction at that time and implement the program in 2025.
Would you be willing to put that as part of your motion? Okay. Go ahead.
So just a question on warranty, because warranties do expire, don't they? So I'm just a little bit confused about that. How do we ensure that if we don't tie it to the warranty?
Mr. Hurstberg.
Yeah, I don't think council needs to have all those questions asked today in order to contemplate this. Generally speaking, though, I would say that the signs that have been replaced are performing much, much better than what those original signs were. And I think it's also fair to say that when that policy was set, it was for quite a few years. And I believe it's fair to say admin had a little higher expectation. There probably would have been a higher uptake of these signs as well. So there are still a fair amount of those signs, and we've got the data. We had provided that data earlier as well. There's still quite a few of those signs out there, those original signs that weren't up to our usual standards. So maybe to answer both questions that I've heard, I don't expect the new signs to give us anywhere near the trouble these replacement ones are, and I believe you can formulate a few nuances as you contemplate that policy again, because this would provide staff the direction to go ahead and do just that.
Okay, so we're hearing lots of support on this. I'm the only one who hasn't spoken, and I too am seeing lots of signs out there that people have actually tried to write the letters on themselves, and you know, maybe there's some that are not there at all if they're not functional. I do look at it as important. You know, when we talk about emergency and other things, it's very, very important that an ambulance is able to, or a fire truck is able to, in fact, come to that sign. I remember when we first put them up, and they have a huge importance, and that importance is there. And that importance sometimes goes even beyond the person that might have that particular sign, because I'll tell you what, if there's a fire and they don't find the right spot, usually you can see the light, but who knows, and it expands to the neighbors and so forth. So I see it as a public good, and I truly believe that this isn't something forever. It's trying to fix the ones that just haven't been. And so it's a small amount to our budget. I'm going to support it. Do you want to close on that one, Councillor Ramsey? Are we good? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay. There's already put a U there. That must have been from before. Okay. Next. Anyone else? Okay, the budget's on the floor. If I don't hear any more amendments, we're going to vote on it.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I do remember a question that I had and I forgot to ask on the budget in whole. Can I still ask it?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess it's just on the franchise fees. I think this, it's on the reserve transfer schedule. Just on the gasoline alley franchise fees, it's got 23 collected, 77,681. Then 24 it says projected of 175,000, and then 25 it goes down to 75,000 again. I guess the 24 projected. How did we come up with that number? I don't remember changing the amount of the franchise fees.
Mayor Wood?
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm looking the wrong direction.
Yeah,
I was looking over there.
They're in conversation, so I thought I'd just chime in. There was a one-time payment from Fortis, which we didn't. It was a fee in lieu of a franchise fee, an investment payback, and we didn't know where to allocate the money, and so we allocated it towards franchise fees because that's what we would do if it was in an urban situation. So it was Fortis money coming in, and we didn't want to put it into just a general reserves. We felt it should go towards the Gasoline Alley franchise.
Okay, I was just confused because I didn't know how it had went up that much when I don't remember raising the fees or anything there. Okay, so that was my only question about that. Thanks.
Does anyone else have any comments on the budget? Go ahead.
I was waiting for that question, Mayor Wood. We've got a wonderful budget in front of us. We've got a motion to accept it. We amended it and we tweaked it a little bit, and now you're looking for comments on it. I think it's great. I've sat here long enough that the departments come in under budget, we carry forward projects, and we're able to take advantage of opportunities as they come forward, and we're still in that position. And I look forward to looking at the day when operating is going to be enough to start paying capital. We can use loans in the interim for long-term projects, but the future is near. The airport, the facilities we have, the transit, the growth potential in all the growth areas. I think we're not going to need 3.5 mill rate increases into the future. We're going to have assessment increases that are going to shock people to go back to those 0 mill rate days into the future. But it's not now. I've sat here long enough and we've had some 0 mill rate increases because we did have some assessment growth. Those days were close to that. So I'm going to fully accept the 3 and 5 year capital and operating budgets with the forecast of 5% growth, some from amendment, some from mill rate, and we'll work it out every year. Thank you very much, Mr. Herzberg, for considering all the needs of Red Deer County residences. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We'll keep going. Councillor Holzman.
Well, first of all, my comments are, I want to thank administration that we started the process in June, and I want to thank my colleagues. We've had so much debate over this. We gave the communities and our ratepayers the opportunity for feedback. I heard some. We've had some letters submitted as well. I guess where I'm coming from is I think we've done our fiscal responsibility here. We've debated, we've talked about things, we did some tough discussion on raising some fees. However, I agree with Councillor Massier. I see huge growth in our county and I'm very proud of it. Speaking from my own area, I have a lot of excited ratepayers that some of the roads will be widened and replaced out there and that we could start that. I'm hopeful as well that our government grants will come through. I know I have put the bug in the ear of some of my MLA at the one time to let him know that the roads in my area, there's a lot more traffic going out to Glenifer and Dixon, and hopefully that will happen. I want to thank administration for all the work that went into this budget and just for the clarity of it. The reports were easy to read, and I also want to say to communications, excellent job in the budget highlights to the media and to the local community. Thank you very much.
Councillor DePalm.
So I do appreciate all the work everyone's put into this and going forward. You know, there's some things that I don't agree with in the budget, and so I'm still on the fence about supporting the budget as a whole. You know, I guess the biggest concern for me is, you know, I do understand the wanting to get all this done and all that kind of stuff, but also, you know, I've heard from residents that, you know, they're struggling and to make their payments and all that kind of stuff it's tough, and it's been, you know, a tough few years with the with everything that's been going on. So, you know, to have an increase of 3.5%, I do think that we do need some kind of increase, but I don't know if it's a full 3.5%. And, you know, if we can get the 1.5% in just buildings and stuff that has gone on, I think it's great. But, you know, I do have huge compassion for all these people that, you know, are on fixed incomes and that kind of thing. And, you know, we've put levies, we've put franchise fees on things. We've upped the user charges for things and that. So, you know, I'm really struggling to support this budget as a whole. And, yeah, I guess those are my comments for right now.
Councillor Kennett, it was your motion to let you close. Councillor Ramsey, any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wood. And yeah, I do appreciate the process this year. You know, I think we expanded our budget process last year and kind of built on that this year. And it gave us, you know, I like the way it was set up. Even having some of the project charters for operating, it allowed us to kind of focus on those key service levels like we debated here today. And I look forward to that in the future as well. And you know, I agree, we need to be mindful of our services and what level we're providing them. And I think the way we're doing it now gives us the opportunity to kind of look at those a little bit further. And same on the capital side, you know, looking at it. And it's tough. You know, we're still having to supplement a little bit with reserves. I wish there were more capital that we could maybe cut back on, but the problem is we need to maintain our core infrastructure and not fall behind on that. Otherwise, it's going to bite us in the future. So, you know, supportive of what we have here. You know, I agree with Councillor DePalm on the mill rate increase, but you know, I'm optimistic like last year that we'll see the growth, and we'll have that debate in the spring. So,
thank you, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. First of all, I'd like to thank administration and Mr. Graves on his first budget. Well done. It's a lot of work, and we have had lots of conversation since June. I'd like to acknowledge the letters that we got, and also the conversations I've had in the community. So, notwithstanding that, I have great concerns about our path to sustainability because I believe it's based on best case scenario projections. And I think our job here is to mitigate risk. I think we're in for a huge reality check, and I totally appreciate the growth that's happening here. We have a bright future, but I really think that we're not facing our reality. It's been noted by the letters that we received. I would not run my household this way, and that's how I always boil it down. And I wouldn't do it this way. So I have many concerns, and I participated in the amendments. I believe in transit. I believe we need that to grow. But overall, this budget, the foundations to me are not solid, and for those reasons, I won't be supporting the budget today.
Okay, thank you. So the others that haven't spoken, myself and Councillor Kennett. Councillor Kennett will close. I'm hearing as far down is that the budget would not be the same way that they run their own household that it provides the services that people are looking for, and everywhere in between. I'm going to support this budget, and I want to take a look right on the screen we see right before us, because that's where I'm going to head. Path to sustainability. I want to take a look at where this municipality is and where we're likely heading. You know, you take the investment that we've seen in this last year. Companies like P&H that are willing to come and invest. One of the biggest investments that we've ever seen in Red Deer County ever, and bring huge tax dollars, and the potential that we have actually made possible, whether with our business parks and how we in fact interact with people and our business licenses, and we take a look at it, and I say our path to sustainability is great. And you know, we're looking really, really hard at this budget. Is a large budget. But you know, a huge portion of this budget is partnering with other folks so that this community can be better. And you take a look at the money that's been spent to partner on roads within this region that cost us nothing. You know what? We have enough. You know what? The others think so much of us that we're managing their projects. And those projects are going to create jobs and wealth for our community well into the future. And with those jobs and wealth that come into the community come taxation dollars. And I fully agree with you, Councillor Messier. You know, how much more growth are we actually going to see from this? I've always felt, and I want to give our administration credit, because I've always felt that they gave a realistic budget that always had room, and that the room was always that if things didn't go as good. And I've always felt that. I've always felt confident, and I've always felt confident through not just this year and other years, that our budget, at the end of the year, we're not seeing huge overrides and no huge overcosts. In fact, we're often seeing things come under budget, and which I fully appreciate. And so what I'm saying is that this budget is actually giving people, we're not showing it reducing the service levels that they're used to. We're maintaining the levels that people are expecting. We're looking at something that's extremely important. And I actually believe that this is a very, very responsible budget. This budget shows that we're going to be very, very sustainable into the future, and we have a great path before us. Councillor Kennett, close, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Man, you cut out a whole bunch that I was going to say there, but I want to first off thank staff, because this is the first budget I really felt I had a say in. The process has been much better from my standpoint. I also want to thank Mr. Graves. Excuse me. Mr. Graves, you stepped into a position and you took all our questions and answers. Sometimes we didn't like the answers, but you know what? You've done an excellent job, and I commend you for that. Yeah, as the mayor said, businesses are still coming to Red Deer County. Why are they coming to Red Deer County? Because we're not going crazy. we're not being irresponsible with taxpayers' money, I don't think. There's things in this budget I don't like. There's things in this budget I really like. On the whole, this is a responsible budget that shows our taxpayers and businesses out there that we are mindful of the tax dollars that we get. We are not spending them frivolously. We are making sure that projects are on time, on budget. That is very important. You know, in the last year, we didn't hear, oh, this project has gone out of control and we're going to this. This is something that I think our administration does very well. They're able to adjust as needed to make sure that projects are done properly and on time and on budget. I think we see that from the province, giving us the authority to do their projects for them. That says a lot when our level of government above us trusts us enough that they let us do their project. That's very important. And I think that also has helped us to get more from them. You know, a lot of this budget is dependent on the province and on the federal government. And isn't it great that we can go after grants that maybe some other places can't because our staff is so well tuned to this. They do their job exceptionally well. I really want to thank staff again, because without you, we would be in a totally different situation with unbelievable taxes. If you look some of the municipalities across the country, some of them, they've got huge increases that just are unbelievable, and there's nothing they can do, it seems. It's responsible. It's not a Cadillac budget, but it is what the county needs to maintain and grow. And I think that's the important thing of our budget, is it's balanced and it's affordable. I do want to acknowledge all the people that did write in. Thank you very much for that. It means a lot. It means more than you know. And we take it to heart. I think about all the discussions we had over every item in this budget. You know, we didn't get here today agreeing on everything. We got here today with disagreements and changes and everything else. And I want to thank the public for their input, good, bad, or otherwise. It's what this budget is about, is serving the public, I think. And so with that, I'll close. Thank you.
Okay, we've had great discussion, folks. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so we have Councillor Moore, Councillor DePalm opposed. The budget has been carried. Continuing on. Lunch is here? You know what? It is a good time to break then. So we'll break for lunch. Well, why don't we say that we come back at 12:05? Sure. Okay. times 1207. We're just finished off 5.1, so we'll go to 5.2, election bylaw, 2024/27. Did we lose? Maybe we'll wait a minute.
Running to the printer. Give her 1 minute.
We're waiting a minute. I wasn't paying attention. All right, we're still going. All right. Okay, election, is that you, Ms. Rodwell? All right. Don't want to rush you. We actually could probably fall asleep here. You know, it was actually one heck of a good meeting. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Jennifer for looking after us. And you know, it is that Christmas season, so that was pretty nice. But if I fall asleep, somebody's got to kick me. Okay.
Good afternoon, Council. Today I have for you the election bylaw number 2024/27. On November 12th, 2024, Council granted first reading to the election bylaw. On that day, we received no additional requests for information or clarification. So today, we're looking for to go forward with second and third reading. Your alternatives are to grant second and third reading, to amend the bylaw, refer the bylaw back to administration, or defeat the bylaw, leaving the previous election bylaw in place. And today our recommendation is to grant second and third reading to election bylaw 2024/27. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions? Not, I need a motion. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I would move that we grant second reading to bylaw number 2024/27, the election bylaw. You know, we've had good discussion on this, and there are some changes recommended. We've had great reporting from administration, and my only hope is that the province doesn't, you know, impose some new rules on the last minute after all this work. But right now, I think it's time to move second reading. Thanks.
Thank you. Any discussion, Councillor Massier?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm certainly going to support second reading. The big change for me, of course, was making sure that you had 10 good nominators on your nomination form. So I think that's a nice change and a well-publicized change, and look forward to the election next term. The 10 signatures and the $100 deposit, and away we go. Thanks.
Councillor Holzman, Councillor DePalm, Councillor Kennett, Councillor Ramsey. Do you need to close? No. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Third reading has been moved by Councillor Holzman.
I would move third reading of bylaw 2024/27.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're on a roll. Continuing on, item number 5.3, roadway naming.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Good.
That's good.
This report is for road naming of two new proposed roads within Liberty Landing, Phase 2, which is located in the southwest 293727, west of the Poor. The land is located within Liberty Landing, a residential subdivision in the hamlet of Gasoline Alley. Phase 2 of this development was approved by Municipal Planning Commission on August the 13th of 2024. The developer is proposing to name the new street Louis Drive after a local resident who moved his family into the Red Deer area in 1956. A request was made to the developer by the daughter. The developer is also proposing to name the new crescent Lincoln Crescent in honor of Lincoln Alexander, the first African Canadian to be elected to Parliament. Red Deer County's road naming policy states that a name shall not be duplicate, similar sounding, or phonetically similar to any other roadway within Red Deer County or an adjacent municipality. Names of persons of honor, community importance, or of historical significance shall be used where they are appropriate. For a person within Red Deer County, this may extend to persons who have made significant contributions at a provincial, national, or international level. The applicant will be responsible to install street signs at their own cost. This request was referred to the county's GIS department, the city of Red Deer, towns, villages within Red Deer County, and neighboring counties. The town of Sylvan Lake has indicated that they do have a road named Lincoln Street. Lacombe County has indicated that Highway 792 north of Highway 12 is referred to as Lincoln Road. I have clarified that with them. There is actual no signage that calls it Lincoln Road. It's just kind of a thing everybody knows because Lincoln Hall is down that stretch. Recommendation would be to approve the request to name the new streets Louis Drive and Lincoln Crescent located in Liberty Landing within the Southwest 29, 37, 27 west of the 4.
Thank you for the report. Are there any questions? Councillor Massier?
So, I like the little map that you gave us showing where Lincoln Crescent might be and where Louis Drive, and I like that one too. And it's very close to Lake Street. So I made the assumption, which is why I'm asking the question, are all the roads in that little area named with an L to start with, other than Memorial Parkway?
Through the CAO to council, yes, that is within our road naming policy. As it is named Liberty Landing, all the names shall start with an L.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Kennett?
Just a question. We have the issue in the area beside Waskasoo Mobile Home Park where there's issues with people getting, emergency services actually getting there. Is this forecast to be no issue because it's Sylvan Lake? Do you understand what I mean? Is it far enough away that EMS won't have an issue with it?
Through this CAO to members of council, no, we're not concerned about that. It's not exactly named the same. One is Lincoln Street and ours would be Lincoln Crescent.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
You like to make a motion?
You bet. So with that, I move we approve the request to name the new roads Louis Drive and Lincoln Crescent located in Liberty Landing within the Southwest 29, 37, 24 W4. Thank you.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Continuing on, item number 5.4. Benefits-based framework. Well, so how are you today?
Good afternoon.
You know what? It's just nice to see everyone so happy.
We're good? Okay. So good afternoon, Council. We're here today to present to Council for their consideration a policy regarding the benefits-based framework to establish fees for recreation, culture, and family and community court services programming. At the September 3rd Governance and Priorities Committee meeting, information was presented on a benefits-based framework and direction was given to develop this policy. The Community Services Department provides opportunities for recreation, culture, and FCSS programming. Annually, over 150 programs are offered throughout the county, utilizing local community halls, facilities, and amenities. Currently, there is no standardized method as to how user fees are set for these programs. The cost to operate programming varies across the county, which can influence the user fees charged to program participants. There is also no consistent distinction between resident versus non-resident rates. Administration's research has shown that many municipalities in Alberta do not currently have a defined program user fee model framework in place. Most fee frameworks are linked to the rental of facilities as opposed to the delivery of programming. To keep user fees consistent and equitable for Red Deer County residents, the benefits-based framework can be used to establish standard fees for programming and non-resident rates. The benefits-based framework is an approach to programming based on the philosophy that those who benefit from a good or service should pay in proportion to the benefit they receive. The greater the community benefit, the greater the justification for the program to be tax supported. The more the benefit is individualized, the lower the justification for the program to be tax supported. This framework defines the community benefit levels, which establishes the level of benefit the program is expected to deliver to the community in support of the community services strategic priorities. In the community level, the program has significant community interest and support. The program is inclusive and open to all community members and residents of all ages. It supports many priorities. In the mostly community benefit level, the program has strong community interest and support, targets vulnerable groups, including seniors and/or youth, and it supports many of the priorities. In some community, some individual, the program has some community interest and support, but individuals may also receive some personal benefit from participating in this program. It does support priorities. In the mostly individual level, this program benefits mostly the individual participants. The program has little benefit to the community. It supports fewer priorities. And in the individual benefit level, the program benefits the individual and there is no community benefit. It supports few priorities. So the financial implications are that each community benefit level has an established ratio of what proportion of a program's registration fee is tax supported. The following schedule sets the ratios for Red Deer County residents and program partner residents, as well as non-residents. Using the benefits-based framework, user fees for recreation, culture, and FCSS programs are determined based on a formula that calculates the total cost to operate the program. Here we can see that a program that is determined to be of community benefit level would have a 0% user fee and be 100% tax supported. A program that is determined to be of mostly community benefit would have a 25% user fee for residents and partner municipalities, with the remaining 75% being tax supported. A program that is determined to have some community, some individual benefit would have a 50% user fee and 50% tax support. A program that has mostly individual benefit would have a 75% user fee and 25% tax support. And a program that is determined to have only individual benefit would have a 100% user fee and would not be tax supported. This schedule also establishes the cost recovery ratios for non-residents, which we have set at the next increment level up. So for example, a non-resident participating in a program that we have determined is of mostly community benefit would see a user fee set at 50% with the tax support of 50%. User fees for recreation, culture, and FCSS programming will be determined based on the total cost to operate the program divided by the minimum number of participants required for the program to operate. User fees can vary based on the cost to deliver a program, including expenses such as, but not limited to, instructor fees, facility fees, program equipment rentals, and program consumables. User fees may also vary based on external sponsorship, grants, and/or donations. Program sponsorship will be deducted from the total cost to operate a program prior to the user fees being calculated. The benefits-based framework to establishing user fees may result in an increase or a decrease in the user fees that have been previously charged for recreation, culture, and FCSS programming. The framework is not likely to have a significant impact on budgeted program revenues and will not impact budgeted program expenditures. The benefits-based framework to establishing user fees will be reviewed annually by the CAO or their delegate, and changes and/or updates will be made as necessary to ensure that program user fees align with the policy. The framework is expected to provide clarity to community organizations, recreation and culture boards, and program participants regarding how user fees are established for programming in Red Deer County. There is no anticipated impact to other municipalities or different levels of government associated with the implementation of this framework. We do anticipate receiving requests to share the framework with other municipalities who do not currently have their own. As part of the council agenda, this report has been shared online. The public can watch the video, live stream, or through recorded videos with closed caption capabilities. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. So council may approve a policy that establishes the benefits-based framework to establish user fees as presented, or refer the policy to the Governance and Priorities Committee and provide direction to administration on additional information required for consideration. And our recommendation today is that Council pass a resolution adopting the benefits-based framework to establish user fees policy with or without amendments.
Thank you for all the hard work on this and your good report today. Councilor, is there any questions? We'll go this way then. Councilor Moore.
Thanks, Mayor Wood. Thanks, Ms. Bond, for the report. And I'm hearing great things about you in Division 6. Thank you very much. So I have a couple of questions on what qualifies a non-resident. Is that someone from Calgary or someone from the city? What would that be?
Through the CAO and mayor to council, to mayor and council, anyone that doesn't have a Red Deer County address.
Okay, and they don't get the same benefit, is that correct?
It would be at a different benefit level.
A different benefit level. Okay, thank you. And my other question is on, you know, the county-funded rec activities, say it's at the ski hill or the trailhead climbing. What subsidy is that usually offered at?
Currently or with this proposed framework?
Maybe both, because I was never quite sure.
Currently, the pricing that we're offering is actually very similar to what this framework establishes.
Okay, so it would be 100% because it's everybody is invited, or?
No.
No. It's okay if it's if you don't have it. That's fine.
I have it right here.
I was just curious.
No rush.
Currently operated at a mostly community,
Mostly
as
community.
it targets vulnerable groups, including youth.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councilor Messer.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And a little further to Councilor Moore's first question, what's a non-resident? Of course, there's the two types, and I really like that you captured our municipal residences as our residences because we have the rec agreements in place. So certainly someone from the city of Red Deer would get our super duper rate, but if you came out of Calgary, you might not. So I do appreciate that recognition of our municipality residences. But the questions, Mr. Mayor, I was shocked when I read the report that FCSS was included here. And so I made the assumption, well, maybe this is extra FCSS programming that we do out of the county of Red Deer, because I'm thinking some FCSS supported functions like Boys and Girls Club, they put on some programming and they might not charge anything because we've determined that's benefit all of community, or do we get involved in that, or is there flexibility in this program? Because as soon as I'm done with the FCSS one, I'm going to ask about the library. And maybe that's not in this one, because charging fees for library services is certainly not part of our library agreement with Parkland. So I guess I'm looking for a little clarification on how the Parkland Regional Library is a separate group and the FCSS is a separate group will impact this or be affected by this.
Ms. Symington, I'm guessing?
Yes, thank you. Through the CAO's office to Mayor and Council. For this particular, oh, yes, do have it on. Our FCSS programming mostly is free, and we do also receive some grant supports from New Horizon that has helped subsidize and keep those costs low. There may be some programs where, for example, in our youth side of things, where this will apply to, where we may have to charge, and this model will be used to assess what that fee is, but it still will be significantly lower. Libraries are not included within this because it's a completely different, separate budget, and municipalities set those library fees, and it's not part of how the model that we'll be using to do that. So is that?
Thank you very much. Looking forward to a motion. Thanks.
And I guess I might have missed Mr. Dietrich's light. Do you have any further to say, sir? Did Mr. Brand's light was on? Okay. Mr. Brand, was it your light that was on?
No, it's through the CAOs. I believe Ms. Symington addressed it, but essentially just with respect to FCSS. So the FCSS partnership provides for funding, which allows us to deliver outcomes and programs. But in some cases, if you look at the appendix in the policy here, you'd see something that may qualify as what we call FCSS programming, where we would charge a user fee for participants. And so then that's what would qualify under this policy.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Any questions? Questions? Nope, no questions. Okay. All right, go ahead, Councilor Master.
Yeah, through way of resolution, I think we start adopting this benefit-based framework and really look forward to other municipalities piggybacking on our leadership. So fully supported and pass a resolution, I hope, today to introduce it.
Any discussion? Councilor Holzman?
Thank you for the report, and I know that we discussed this through GPC as well, and I really like it. It's more clear and concise, and if we do get questions, I'm going to keep that nice little chart you have so that I can answer them. I really appreciate all the work and effort that's gone into this because it makes it so much easier. Thank you.
Other comments? Councilor Ramsey?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wood. Certainly supportive of the motion and the framework. I agree. I think this brings a formality and consistency to what's already being done. And based on the presentation previously, I would say it's probably going to increase our cost recovery slightly and get us to a better percentage there, while maintaining a level of fairness to our programs. So really like this, and that it can be applied to throughout the county to our other groups, and look forward to it.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. So I will support the motion. I think this is a really good step forward. I have a hope that there will be some education with our rec boards for guidelines on how they establish, how they subsidise, because that could be a little bit subjective. So I'm sure you've got something in place for that. But thank you.
Okay, that was Councilor Messier's motion. I'll just say, we're hearing support, and I like the way that this has been set up, and to create a format that's fair and equitable, across our municipality, and to have some check boxes that you can fit into, I think really makes it more clear, and appreciate the hard work. Councilor Messier?
No, sir, you do a good job closing.
All right, all those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, continuing on to item number 9.1, budget amendment request. Yes, go ahead.
I would move that we go into camera, I guess it would be closed session according to FOIP guideline 24.1, advice from officials at 12:32.
All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll just, do we need to wait a minute until the streaming quits? That's what we're doing. Just let me know when.
And Mayor Wood, Mr. Graves wanted to come in as well, so I've just texted him to come in. So if he could give him 1 minute before we get going.
Or no rush. Okay, I'm gonna call this, back to order. The time is 1:41. The next item that we gotta deal with here is the 9.1 budget amendment, request. Could you give us the wording that should be, and we'll get somebody to make that motion? Or do we need somebody to put their hand up and we'll just say that the motion is? Councillor, it's Councillor Kennett, go ahead.
Boss, we're not quite live yet.
Oh, we're not live yet, I'm sorry.
The video stream has about a 30-second to a 1-minute delay.
All right, now who did I recognize here? Councillor Kennett, go ahead.
Okay, just trying to find the wording on my own here. So that I make this right.
So I'm just going to help you out because there's some parts that are protected. To approve a 2024 budget amendment request to increase operations budget by $175,000 for detailed design and tender preparation for intersection improvements to be funded from general reserves.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councillor Kennett. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Next, we'll go to item 9.2, Chief Administrative Officer Performance Evaluation. Councillor Holzman.
Yes, I would move that council endorse the Chief Administrative Officer's performance evaluation amendments to the CAO's contract as discussed in closed session and as protected under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, protects his information under Section 17.1, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, 19.1 and 2, confidential evaluations, 23.1, local public body confidences, and 24.1, advice from officials. Thank you for your dedication to the county, Mr. Hersberg.
And does that give me authorization to sign it? Your recommend, your, yes? Yes. It does? Okay, perfect. Any discussion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Looking for one more. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I move to adjourn at 1:43 p.m.
All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Folks, we've had a great day. I want to say right now to pass this budget and at this early in the year, and we've been working very well.